Hello and welcome to my channel, Talisman Tarot. In this reading I want to ask the cards and Spirit directly through channeling about your father, what your father would like to tell you, but he can't for some reason. What would he like you to know? What would he like to say to you if he could? And I have 6 groups that you can choose from. This will be group number 1, this will be group number 2, this will be group number 3, this will be group number 4, this will be group number 5, and this will be group number 6. And so I will ask you to use your intuition and choose the group that speaks to you the most, the group that catches your eye, and that group will be your group. And if you need any more time to choose, you can always just pause the video. But if you don't need any more time, then I'll just move on to the reading. Hello, group number 1. You chose this Ramses tarot deck, and I will start with some channeling and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So, okay, group number 1. The people who will choose group number 1 what does group number 1's father want to say to group number 1? What does group number 1's father want to say to group number 1 that he can't say for some reason? I'm not getting a good energy here. It's a very dark energy. It's actually quite unpleasant, if I have to be honest. I don't feel like you want to know what your father actually wants to say to you. It's not pleasant. Like I have this philosophy when I do readings that that there's something good in everybody, and so when I read bad energies, I always try to find a positive side to them, or some kind of reason for their behavior to better understand the evil, because I don't believe that people are just evil. I believe that people become evil because of certain circumstances in their life. But I don't feel like your father he doesn't seem to have a good explanation for his behavior towards you. There's nothing to justify what he did to you. Oh, I'm so sorry, group number 1. I'm really, really sorry. I don't feel like your dad wants to say much at all to you. Like he was I feel like your dad was a bad person and is a bad person. and it's not like he I feel like maybe some of you were hoping that some part of him, like deep down, that there's some part of him that is sorry for what he did to you, and but I don't feel like I don't think he's sorry for what he did. He doesn't even think about it that way. He doesn't think that much about it, which is very unfair, because I think it's something that you think about a lot. Like, you think about how he treated you when you were younger. You think about it a lot, but he doesn't seem to actually think about it at all. But what does he want? I want to try to channel a message from him, even though I don't really want to. Honestly, I don't want to tap into his energy, because I don't talk about this a lot in my readings, but channeling people's energies it's something I do in every reading, and so it's something I'm very used to. But sometimes I channel bad people's energies, and it does affect me, and I don't like doing it, because sometimes it's like looking I don't want to sound dramatic, but it's like looking into the eyes of the devil. And I don't even believe in the devil really. I don't believe in evil. I don't, which is also why I don't like doing this. But I am going to try to channel a message, some kind of message from your dad. Group number one's dad. What does he want to say to group number one? But he can't. I don't want to say this. Honestly, I don't want to. I don't know if I should say it, but maybe it's not that bad, because it's not. It's probably not something that will be a surprise to most of you. Most of you already know your dad, and you know how he is, and so it might not come as a shock to you, but I am sensing that he didn't want you. That it was a mistake. And for some reason, and it doesn't come as a surprise to me, but for some reason he wants you to know this. And that's also like it's very telling of his character, how he is. That's actually a piece of information that he wants you to know. Like, I am sensing that he wanted a different life, he wanted. He probably. I'm also sensing that he wanted to have children with someone else, but your mom. Like your mom. It seems as if your mom was not the one that your dad actually wanted to start a family with. He had someone else in mind that he would have wanted to have children with instead. Maybe he was even cheating on your mom. It's very likely, and he probably also thought about getting together with her, even after he had children with your mom. Like I am sensing that there was like this one person who was the one that got away from your dad, like the one he kept thinking about even after he started a family with your mother. But yeah, so it kind of is. It might be a good. In a way, it might be good for you to know this, because it's not like. Well, it's very horrible to know that your dad thought about you as a mistake, as like, but maybe it's. Maybe it's maybe it's good for you to know that it's not personal. It's just that he wanted children with someone else, that he wanted a different life. It wasn't because you were so horrible as a child that he did, or that you were. It wasn't personal. But he might have let it out on you, like he might have let it. He might have. Well, maybe it was very hard for him to be kind to you, because he always thought about this. He had a different fantasy in his head of how his life was going to turn out, and so you were sort of this. You were kind of this thing that kept reminding him that he had made a mistake, even though I don't think he would have thought about it that way, because I don't think your dad is the type of person who would admit that he made a mistake. Like he could have some Aries energy, like he could be an Aries, or he could have Aries in his moon sign, or rising, or Venus in Aries, or something like that. So I'm sensing a very stubborn, very I'm right, you're wrong kind of energy. But yeah, with the eight of Wands, I am sensing that maybe it was a bit of a rushed decision to have, or maybe it came as a surprise to him that, like, maybe he didn't intend on getting your mother pregnant. So it wasn't his intention. Maybe it was actually just something that happened, and then he had to sort of adapt to this whole thing. And I don't think your dad was able to adapt to the new circumstances because he might be a fixed sign. He might be very stubborn in his ways. He wants everything to go as he plans things to go. Like he has a plan and he wants it executed in the way that he wants things. I don't know, but I think he felt very powerless. Like he didn't really have a say in this, and so I think in a way he probably blames your mother for this. Like he might have wanted your mother to okay, I don't want to say that, but I kind of already I've already kind of said it, so I might as well. But maybe your dad wanted your mother to have an abortion and your mother didn't want to, and so he might have blamed her for making that decision. And so he might actually be mad at your mom for that. And so he doesn't really blame himself for anything. Like he doesn't see it as him being super irresponsible that he got your mother pregnant. Like he did that. Like no one forced him to do that. So so it is his fault. Of course, he is to blame. But I think he tries to find other people to blame, and in this case it's your mother. And if you look in any way like your mother or have some of the same personality traits as your mother, then it's very likely that your dad tried to let his frustration and anger affect you instead of the original target, which was your mother. Maybe he didn't have access to your mother in your childhood. Maybe your parents split up. Like your parents might have gotten divorced. I hope so, of course, for your mother's sake. But your parents might have split up, and so maybe you were half the time at your dad's place, or maybe only a weekend every other week or something like that. But I think your dad might have not had easy access to your mother, so that he could have like yelled at her and made her feel bad, and so he used you as the second best thing. So he let his anger out on you because you looked like your mother or something like that, and so he channeled his anger towards you. It's I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but people don't always make a lot of sense. Like so. But yeah, I am sensing that your dad is getting a lot of karma, though. Like maybe I'll do a karma reading soon, just so that you can have some closure, or not closure, but like maybe I'm just sensing that your dad's life is not good right now, and so it seems as if the universe is punishing your dad for what he did to you and what he did to your mother. he's not living his best life. I am sensing a very lonely energy, and I think that's justified. I think your dad is quite lonely. Maybe he has a family of his own, but even if he has a family right now, he's not happy with it. He's not happy with his life, how it turned out. And it's mostly because he never changes. Like he can't change his own behavior, so he keeps on repeating the same patterns over and over again, because he always blames everyone else for his own mistakes. So he never learns from his own mistakes, and so he keeps repeating them. And I am sensing a pattern that he probably has repeated this mistake a few times already. And he's probably going to repeat it again in the future. So also, like, yeah, it's a it's a boomerang here. You can see it. He's throwing a boomerang. I never noticed that. That's actually brilliant. So yeah, it's gonna come back and bite him in the ass. That's wonderful to know. Yeah, he's definitely gonna get karma for this. He's gonna get hurt by his own. Like he's gonna get a taste of his own medicine in the future. So yeah, but I'm gonna shuffle a bit just to see if I can get a bit more information on what your dad wants to tell you. If he could tell you, like if he something that he would want, maybe something he would want you to know. I'm sensing I don't want. Okay, I'm getting. This is typical. Your dad wants to badmouth your mom. So that's typical. He wants to tell you some bad information about your mother. He wants, and it's manipulative. It's just, I don't believe him. So but yeah, he wants to talk shit about your mom and turn you against your mother. Yeah, typical behavior. It doesn't come as a surprise to me, at least. The Fool, yeah, he's an idiot. Like I don't usually read the Fool as an idiot, but in this context, I think so. Like he's trying something. Like I think he's trying to fool you. He wants to fool you in some way. He wants to. Yeah, I think he wants to kind of change. He wants to change the narrative. He wants to change the past. Like he knows in some weird way, he knows that what he did to you wasn't like he doesn't feel bad about it. He doesn't feel sorry. He knows in a way that it wasn't ideal, though, It seems as if he has some kind of self-awareness. Not really though, not real self-awareness, but to some degree. I think he knows that he not that he fucked up, but that your childhood was a bit fucked up. But I think, again, he blames your mother for that. And he sort of wants to change the past by making you believe that it was your mother who was the one who cheated on him, which I don't think is actually true. But he wants to. I just think he's just grasping at straws here. He's just trying to find some kind of way out of this. Like he wants a cop out, something that would clear his conscience, so that he can move on and feel good about himself. And he would be able to feel good about himself if you believed in the lie. Like if he lied to you and told you a lot of shit about your mother, and if you believed it, then he would be able to move on with his life with a clear conscience, because he doesn't have a conscience. So like he can clear his non-existing conscience by lying, which is not something a usual person can do. But if you don't have a conscience, then you can do it. And I feel like your dad does not have a conscience. Your dad does not seem to feel shame, ashamed of what he did. So, but I am sensing that it is because he wants a fresh start with you. For some reason, like he's a bad person, but he wants a clean slate and a new beginning with you. Like he wants, and maybe it's because he's lonely. Maybe it's because he is not content with his life right now, and so he feels like maybe it would be better if he had a relationship with you. But the way he wants to do this, the way he wants to earn this fresh start, it's not an ideal way. Like he has a plan. It seems as if he has a plan to try to make you like him again, but it's a very manipulative, not very it's not an ideal plan. He wants to lie to you to make you trust him again and make you want to have a fresh start with him. So it's not. And it seems as if he wants something from you. I don't know what it is, but I'm just feeling like there is a catch here. Like there's a catch. He wants something from you. He wants to start a relationship with you again, but it's because of selfish reasons. Maybe it has something to do with grandchildren. Like I don't know if you have children or if you're planning on having children, but maybe he wants to rekindle or start afresh, because he wants to be a grandparent to your children, or but that's kind of nice. That's a nice thought, and I don't believe that he would have a genuine nice thought, which is why this is concerning to me. Like, I'm concerned about this because, like, it seems nice, but there must be something here. It can't be that simple. What? Maybe it's loneliness. Maybe it's because he feels lonely, and so he would like company. Or maybe he wants someone to look up to him. Maybe he feels like no one is looking up to him in his life right now, and so he feels kind of low. Like a narcissist needs an audience. Like a narcissist cannot exist alone. He needs someone to praise him and look up to him and see him as a role model. So maybe he wants to get to know your children or your future children because he wants to be that rock star in their eyes, like this person that they will look up to, this role model for them, so that he can be seen as a god by some children or whatever. I don't know. I am sensing a bit of a god complex. Maybe I'm being too negative towards your dad. I don't know if I'm... Maybe I'm being too harsh. No, I don't think I am. But yeah. But yeah, I think I'm I am sensing that, like, with a fool, this person is holding two eggs. So there is something about, I think it might be about children, you having children and your dad wanting to be a part of their life for some reason, maybe selfish reasons, maybe not, I don't know. But I think you should be you shouldn't forgive your dad right away. Like, don't buy into this. Like, if he comes with an offer, like if he comes to you and wants to be a part of your life, and if he really sounds very sincere, then of course maybe believe him. But I am just sensing that you should be watchful, like watch out for any red flags. Because there could be some... There could be a reason behind it that might not be that kind. Or maybe it's kind, I don't know. So yeah. maybe I'm also sensing that he, because of these, there are a lot of people in the background rioting in the background, and so maybe he feels like there's competition now. And I don't think your dad likes competition. Like, I think competition is something your dad is very, very allergic to. Like, he doesn't want to compete against anyone. Like, he wants to be number one. He doesn't want to share the spotlight with another person. And so if your mother has found a new husband, and if your dad feels like he has to compete with this new husband, your mother's new husband, for the role of the grandfather, for the grandfather role, then he might actually step up and want to be a good grandfather, because he wants to outshine your stepfather, or something like that. I don't know. So he doesn't want to compete with him, and he doesn't want him to be like, he doesn't want your children to call your stepfather for their grandfather. Like, he would flip, like he would get completely mad if that would be the case. So maybe there's something like that going on. Like, he feels like he has to compete against someone else, and so now he feels like he actually wants to make an effort. But it might not be like it again. It's very selfish. Like, a good person would be glad that like, a good dad would be glad that his child had a stepfather that was invested in his child's life. Like, I know we all have jealousy, of course. Like, it is human behavior to feel jealous, but most people would be happy that more people love their child. Like, most people would just want their child to have as many people in their life who loves them. Like, and so it's very selfish to just want your child to only love you and no one else. Like, that's very, very selfish. But especially when your dad is not a good dad, like when he's not a good person and he doesn't give you and wasn't able to give you the love that you deserved as a child, then it's even more selfish that he doesn't allow other people to love you in the right way. And maybe that was also the case when you were younger. Like, maybe your mother found your stepfather when you were a young child, and so maybe he already felt like he had to compete against your stepfather when you were a child, and so maybe he but really he should have just been happy that someone could actually love you in the right way that you deserved to be loved, because your dad obviously was not able to. But I don't know. I am sensing a lot of jealousy. Like, your dad was jealous. If you have a stepfather, I think it is the majority of you who actually has a stepfather. Your dad was jealous of your stepfather, but not envious. Like it's a weird thing where like your dad did not want what your stepfather had. Like he didn't want, but just didn't want you to. Like he just didn't want to compete. He didn't want to act to love you or care for you the way that your stepfather did. I don't think all of you had a great stepfather, though. I am sensing that some of you actually did not like your stepfather growing up, and that's very understandable. Most people don't, because it's very unnatural to have like it's very natural to be a bit cautious of loving your stepfather, because it's not your real father, and it's a weird arrangement. So don't feel bad about that. But I am sensing that your stepfather was better than your real father, even though your real father probably tried to manipulate you to believe that your stepfather was a horrible person, and so that might have, of course, he might have brainwashed you. And don't feel bad about that. Like don't if your father was successful at brainwashing you into hating your stepfather, don't blame yourself. Don't feel bad. It happens to everyone. Like it happened to me. It happened. I know a lot of people who has had the same story. Don't feel bad about it. It's not your fault. You were brainwashed. You were very young, and we all get affected by our real parent, because our real parents have, of course, it's easier for them to manipulate you, because you come from them. Like you stem from them, and so you will believe them if they say something to you, and so maybe. But again, like if your stepfather manipulated, or if your father manipulated you into hating your stepfather, of course, that was because your father was jealous of your stepfather. He didn't want you to. He didn't want you to have a strong bond with your stepfather, because he didn't want to compete against your stepfather. He didn't want competition, and it was very selfish. He shouldn't have done that. But again, it's a very common thing. But that doesn't make it right, though, of course. But yeah, but yeah, so I think that's all I have for you, group number one. I don't really want to know more about what this person has to say, what your father has to say, because I don't want him to have more. Like he doesn't deserve more airtime. Like he doesn't deserve to be heard more than like. I'm gonna like I yeah. Yeah. I don't want to channel more. So yeah, that's all I have for you, group number one. I will probably make a karma reading soon, quite soon. So make sure to watch that video, so that I'll try to see if I can channel some more about his karma in the next reading. So, but I'm going to close off the energy now. And yeah, I hope this reading was helpful or informative in some way, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, group number 2. You chose this Yolanda tarot deck, and I want to start with some channeling, and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So group number 2. Group number 2. What would group number 2's father say to group number 2? If he could. What would group number 2's father say to group number 2, but for some reason he can't say it? What does he want to say to group number 2? I am sensing a loving energy here. Your dad, I don't know if your dad is like a water sign. I am sensing a very caring energy, a very understanding energy. And he might not have always acted in the most ideal way. I am sensing that your dad might have made some mistakes. Obviously, every dad makes mistakes. Like there's no person in the world that's perfect. So I am sensing that he made some mistakes. He said some unfortunate things. I am sensing that most of his mistakes were due to him wording things in a very unfortunate way. Like he I am sensing like he didn't actually have bad intentions. Like he's just kind of like that. I am just getting a bit of like that he was a bit of a buffoon, or like a bit of a fool. He not that your dad was like unintelligent or something like that. Like I don't think that was the case, but I'm just sensing that sometimes he said some foolish things without really thinking about it first. Like he might be the type of person who talks first and then thinks about it later. Like he doesn't think before he speaks, and so sometimes he says some very unfortunate things. And well, maybe in a way he means them, but I am sensing that sometimes your dad feels very misunderstood. Like people misunderstand him. People that he always ends up as the villain when in his reality, in his head, he doesn't see himself as the villain. Like he's like he just sees it as everyone else misunderstanding his words, putting words in his mouth that he didn't actually mean. And I think that's also true. Like I think he says some things sometimes, but he means well in a way. And I know it's very difficult for some of you probably to believe this, because because it is hard to believe or to understand completely, because he says stupid things and he does mean them when he says the things, like because it is his first thought. Like he says his first thought every time, because he doesn't think before he speaks. So what he says is what he means in the moment. So it's not only that he's very unfortunate with his words, he is also very unfortunate with his thoughts, like his thought pattern. Like it's faulty, but he does. When he thinks about it afterwards, he can say he understands what he did wrong to some extent. Like he understands that it wasn't the right thing to say, that it was stupid, a stupid thing to say. So he has self-awareness, but it just comes afterwards. It comes in retrospect. He can see his mistakes in retrospect, but he's not really capable of seeing it when he makes a mistake. But he understands when he's wrong, and he doesn't run away from it. But he's. So I am sensing that your dad said some cruel things to you growing up. I am sensing this. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but maybe it will resonate with some of you, maybe not all of you, but I am sensing that your dad might have made some comments about your weight. He might have said something about some very unfortunate things about that. Maybe that you had gained weight, or that you should watch what you eat, or that maybe he even commented that on some of your clothes, that you were wearing some clothes that didn't suit you because of your body type or something like that. And so he might have come with some really, really cruel comments growing up that probably fucked up your self-esteem, and there's no way to justify this at all, because it's very, very it wasn't okay. But I am sensing that he's able to see that it wasn't the right thing to do. If you talk to him about it today, I think he would agree with you that he shouldn't have said that. But I'm sensing that he might still do it again, like in the future. Like he knows he makes mistakes. He's aware that he's aware of the mistakes that he has made in the past. It's just not possible for him to change that in the future, because it is like, it's just the way his personality works. He says things without thinking first, and for some reason he can't change that. Like, he will always do that. And sometimes his first thought, the first thought that pops up in his brain is nasty. Like, and maybe it's because he has a very maybe it's because he comes from a family where, like, maybe he's used to listening to his parents say comments about people's weight, and so maybe it's just some learned behavior that he isn't able to unlearn. So I don't know, but I think the best way to deal with your dad is to just, I know this is probably bad advice, I don't know, but I think the only way to cope with this is just to realize that it is kind of out of his control in a way. Like, it's just the way he is, and it's just his and just don't take it personally, even though, how can you not take it personally when you know that he says everything that pops up in his mind, and so it is personal. It is what he thinks. That he says everything that he thinks at the moment, and so when he points out your weight, it is because in the moment when he does it, he is like, he has a nasty thought about it, and so it is like it is a cruel thought, and but he's not a cruel person, but in a way he is, but in a way we all are. We are all mean people. We are because we're all kind of like, in my belief system, I believe we all are we are all the same person, just divided into a lot of people. Like, but at a core level, we are all the same, and we have all the same reactions to things. We all notice if someone I don't know how to say it, but like I don't know if this, but we all have cruel thoughts sometimes. We all have not necessarily cruel thoughts, but we will all notice if someone has gained weight. Some of us will think differently of it, of course, because of our own experiences and circumstances. Some, like, if I see someone who has gained weight, I will likely think that that's a good thing, because that's just like that's just a sign that the person is happy and eating well and stuff like that. But and that's not even me lying. I'm not. But of course I notice it, and so in a way I'm still the cruel person who that. Like, of course, I would wish I was I was a person who didn't notice, like who just could see the soul of every person without seeing their vessel. Like, of course, that would be, if the world was an ideal world, we wouldn't notice those things. But of course, we do notice those things, and so we all have the same thought. It's just we all have different ways of looking at it, of course. And some of us has a filter, which is a very good thing to have. Like and that's a majority of us who has a good filter, so that if we notice that someone has gained weight, we don't say anything. We can filter it out. We can censor ourselves and make us, and we can behave ourselves in the moment and not comment on it, because that would be rude. But your dad doesn't have that filter. And in a way, maybe your dad has even said it in a nice way. That's also a possibility for some of you, that your dad might have commented on your weight in your childhood and in your teenage years, or maybe recently, but maybe he did it in a good way. Like maybe he said that it was nice that you had gained weight, that you looked healthy, or that it was nice that you had some chubby cheeks or something like that, because that made you so cute, or whatever. I don't know, but maybe he said it in a very, very nice way. But it still, like, if a teenage child gets that sort of comment from his or her dad, then they will, of course, see it as a negative thing, because they don't want to have someone comment on their weight. Even if they comment on it in a positive way, they are still pointing out that you've gained weight, and maybe you're uncomfortable with that, and so why would he want you to feel uncomfortable? Like that, maybe. So I don't know, but yeah, I am sensing that your dad was just like, he said everything that popped up in his brain, and he didn't really have a filter. He didn't have a way to stop himself from commenting on stuff that you didn't want him to comment on. But he meant well, I think. I think he meant well. And for some of you, he might not have. But again, I think he was, even if he meant it in a cruel way at the moment, he was able to realize his mistake afterwards. So, but still, again, it doesn't really justify it. But I don't know. So I want to shuffle the cards and see what your dad. Because I want to channel. I didn't channel what your dad want you to. Well, that could have been it. Like, but again, maybe the reason why I can't channel what your dad wants to say to you, but he can't for some reason, is because there's nothing that he can't say to you. So maybe that's why I'm not channeling that sort of message, because there's nothing that he keeps hidden from anyone, because he doesn't have a filter. He says everything that pops in his brain, and so he doesn't keep anything hidden, which is his problem, of course. That's the main issue here. So I don't feel like I can actually channel something that that he wants you to know that he hasn't already told you. So it's kind of hard, but I'm gonna try anyways to just see if I can find something that he would like to say to you that he might not, maybe something that he just hasn't had the time to say. Like maybe it's something he wants to say to you, but he hasn't had the opportunity to do it, so he hasn't said it already. But what could that be? Like, so what does group number 2's dad want to say to group number 2? Okay, so I heard the sentence, messages from beyond the grave. And it came clear, really clear. That sentence came in very clearly. So I don't know if some of you have lost your dad. So okay, maybe it's, but I'm getting that it might be a specific message for a few of you. So it's not the majority of you, but what would that message be? The message or the messages from beyond the grave? I am sensing that you're like, if you've lost your dad, there wasn't, like, if you're curious to know something, like if there was something your dad wanted to say to you before he died, I don't think there is anything, like, because I think your dad was very, very honest with you, and he said everything that was on his mind when he was alive, and so he did get mostly everything off his chest. I don't feel like he has any like anything that he didn't get to say to you in his lifetime. But I am sensing that there are some messages that he wants to deliver to you from beyond the grave. But it's nice. I think he wants you to. Of course, I'm sorry if this doesn't resonate with you, but I'm gonna make time for this, because it's important to deliver messages from beyond the grave. When that happens, I have to deliver them. Of course, you can just skip through this if that doesn't resonate with you. Then just try to skip through it. But I am sensing that there's something about laughter. I think your dad wants you to. There's something about him that he wants you to laugh more. I am sensing that your dad is looking out for you. He is not always. He's not always with you. Like but he is with you. Whenever you're feeling sad, like when he I am sensing that he's a popular guy, your dad, a lot of people want a piece of him, like from beyond the grave, like his spirit. Like he gets called upon by a lot of people. I don't know if you have a lot of siblings, or if your dad had a lot of siblings, or if you have a large family or something, that could make him, of course, very busy. Like he tries to give each person as much of his energy as possible. So he tries to kind of stretch himself out so that everyone gets an equal part. I think that was something that was very important to him when he was alive, that everyone should get equal amounts of everything. Like everyone, he really. So that's something he's still practicing as he has moved over to the spirit world. He still wants everyone to have an equal piece of him, and so he comes to you whenever you need him or whenever you feel sad. And he wants you to laugh more. He wants you to have more excitement in life. Like he feels like you take life a bit too seriously. That you need to be a bit more happy-go-lucky. Maybe he was very happy-go-lucky, like he didn't have a filter, and that kind of makes me think of a happy-go-lucky person, the type of person who just says whatever's on their mind without really thinking about the consequences. So he does strike me as a person who is a bit happy-go-lucky. So maybe he wants you to kind of adopt a bit of that sort of energy, so that you don't overthink everything, and that you don't that you just do whatever you want to do without overthinking it first. Like just go ahead and do, and just dare to take a leap of faith sometimes. And maybe that message is also for those of you where your dad is still alive. Like but yeah, I think that's the message with the Chariot here. I think your dad sees you as very someone who could be victorious, that you could be very successful if you just got a hold of your horses. Like your horses is kind of like you're this chariot here, and your horses is moving in two different directions, and so you need to get a hold of your horses and make them go. Like maybe that's the thing about you, where maybe you second guess yourself. Maybe you want to go in one direction, but you keep getting pulled in another one because of some insecurities, because you want to have safety in your life, security in your life. So you might want to go the conventional route. You want to take a path where you're completely certain about the outcome. But your dad wants you to dare to take a risk and do what you're passionate about, and don't think about having everything figured out beforehand, because it will turn out all right as you go. Like you will find, if there comes any sort of obstacles along the way, you will find a way to figure it out as you go. And so don't be so afraid that everything is not planned out first. Like sometimes it's good to just try to do something without don't have a plan. Don't read the manual first. Like sometimes it's like maybe your dad was the type of person who didn't read the manual. He just started, like if he bought some furniture from IKEA, he might have thrown the manual out and he just wanted to figure it out for himself. So maybe he feels like you read the manual first, and that you should stop doing that, because sometimes it's better to just figure it out on your own without having everything thought through first, like if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that was sort of that was a message from the messages from beyond the grave, I think. So let's move on to the living. Those of you with living dads, what does your dad want you? Of course, that message could have also resonated with you if your dad is alive. It does, but I just want more information about those of you who have living dads. I am sensing something about living your truth, that you need to live your truth. I am sensing that some of you might have doubts about your sexuality, or you might have had doubts about your sexuality. I think your dad wants you to live your truth. Go that. I don't think your dad would have a problem with it, actually. It might come as a surprise to some of you, because I think some of you might not feel like your dad is the most tolerant person in the world, and he might not be, and like he might be, he might make very bad jokes sometimes, and he might joke about homosexuals, and he might joke about that sort of thing sometimes, and so that of course might make you believe that, well, he would definitely not accept you if you told him that you are homosexual, or that you are bisexual or transgender or whatever. But I think your dad actually wants you to just be whoever you are, and live your truth. Dare to be different. Don't think so much about what he would think of it. That's also a mistake, I think, that some of you have made, or that your dad feels like some of you has made this mistake, that I think your dad feels like you listen too much to him and what he has to say. And your dad seems kind of self-aware in a weird way, where I'm sensing that your dad knows that he's full of bullshit most of the time. That he says a lot of stupid things, and that he doesn't even mean half of it. Sometimes he just makes a joke, and he thinks he's the funniest person in the world, and he doesn't really think about whether it's offensive or not. Like, he just tries to be funny and fails at it, but he tries, and maybe it's hard for him. It's hard for him to be funny, and he really wants to be. And sometimes, I don't know, maybe also I am sensing that your dad might have some he might have like I don't know if your dad was like or is a carpenter or a mechanic or an engineer or something where he works at some kind of place where there's a lot of men and a lot of men making a lot of masculine jokes about stuff, and so maybe he has adopted some of their humor. Like maybe he's a rock star at his workplace where all of the guys think he's really, really funny at work, but at home he might not. Those jokes might not fly at home, and I don't know. But I am sensing that your dad just wants you to sometimes ignore him and what he says, and don't take his word for like don't put too much value in his words, because half of the time he's full of bullshit, and so don't listen to him. Just do whatever you would like to do. His opinion doesn't matter, shouldn't matter to you, and that's something he feels like. I'm sensing that that's his opinion, that you shouldn't value his opinion, because yeah. So I am just sensing that he wants you to be happy. He wants you to, like, I'm also with the Lovers reversed, I am sensing that your dad might have noticed that you don't have the best of luck when it comes to love, and he might speculate that maybe it's because you are not living your truth, that you're actually into a different sex than the sex that you are going for. So because you feel like you have to, like, so you're maybe searching if you're a female, you might be searching for a guy, and you might have found some very bad guys in the past that you've had relationships with, and maybe your dad feels like maybe you choose these fuck-ups because you know it won't work out, and so maybe you choose it because there's obviously no future in it, because you really don't want to be with them for that long. Like, maybe you see every option as a temporary option, because you are secretly hoping that in the future you will live your truth and find someone who's the same sex as you or something like that, that will be more permanent or something. I don't know. I'm sensing that your dad just wants you to be happy, and that you shouldn't care that maybe he makes some jokes about homosexuals, but don't take it personally. It's just him trying to be funny, and it doesn't even reflect on his own opinion. It's just like he's just trying to make people laugh. That's his only goal in life, is to make people laugh. So he just has to know his audience sometimes, but it's hard. Like, I get it. If you're not naturally funny, it can be really, really tough to make jokes and try to be funny. But I don't know. Live your truth. But your dad loves you. Your dad loves you a lot. I am sensing that. I'm not in any way in any doubt, honestly, that your dad is very fond of you. He wouldn't, like, if you murdered someone and called him afterwards, he would come and help you bury the body. I'm serious. Your dad is kind of like and he would love you anyways. Like so like you can't really do that much wrong in your dad's eyes. You might not feel that way, like, but because your dad has said some cruel things in the past, and so that might have made you feel very unloved by your dad, but at the end of the day, your dad loves you a lot and would do very much to protect you, even cover for you if the police came up and started asking questions. They would make a cover story for you, and they would try to cover it up. So they wouldn't throw you under the bus. Like, so your dad is a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a buffoon sometimes and an idiot sometimes. He says some stupid things, and he's not very funny, even though he tries to be. I don't know if I'm being like, I'm sorry if some of you are offended by this this analysis of your dad. I'm sorry, but I truly do like your dad. I think your dad is great, and of course, I also understand those of you who dislike your dad, because I can see how your dad can be very irritating and annoying and hard to love sometimes, because of the way he acts. Doesn't always act in the best way. I get it. 4 of Pentacles, but at the end of the day, he has actually he has created a good foundation for you with these 4 walls here, as you can see. Like, I feel like, of course, there is some protection here. I feel like your dad is protective of you. He is very, and he also wants you to know that. Like, I don't think your dad is really good at saying that, because like I don't think he knows how to say that to you, and make you believe that he's actually really protective, and he would go through a lot to cover your ass, and that's really I'm sensing that's the case for the majority of you. So and he wants you to know that. He wants you to know that that he has your back. Maybe he's not the best, maybe he's not your favorite person, but he has your back. So yeah. And he wants you to, he wants you to, like you can see that these pentacles are actually plants that are like growing out of this soil that's in this castle here. Like he wants you to he wants you to blossom. He wants you to become your true self. He wants you to live your truth and become a very he wants you to blossom, and he would want to create a safe space for you to blossom in, and he would never want you to not blossom because of him. Like, he wouldn't want to be the reason why you are not in a happy homosexual relationship. He would be very unhappy if he knew that he was the reason why you're not pursuing love in that way. Like, of course, I don't think your dad is obviously. I don't think your dad is like completely like a fan of the idea. Like, it's not what he would have wanted. Like, in an ideal fantasy world, in his mind, he wouldn't have wanted you to have to go through that struggle. But if that's the case, he would, of course, be okay with it and tolerant of it, and he would want you to be you and live your life. He's good at adapting. I'm sensing that he's good at adapting to situations. Like, he might be a bit offensive in the beginning, but then he adapts to the idea. And so, like, it wouldn't come as a shock to me if he's actually a kind of a dick in the beginning. If you actually tell him that you're homosexual, he would probably be a dick in the beginning. Make a very, a very misplaced joke about it. But then he'll adapt to it and be okay with it, and he will want you to be happy. That's what I honestly believe. So yeah. But I think that's all I have for you, group number 2. I hope this reading was helpful, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, group number 3. You chose this Rider-Waite tarot deck, and I will start with some channeling, and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So, group number 3, the people who will choose group number 3. What does group number 3's father want to say to group number 3, but he can't for some reason? What does group number 3's father want to say to group number 3, but he can't? I am sensing a lot of I'm sensing that your dad is living in the past. Your dad seems to be very much in the past. Like, he's thinking about the past a lot. He's thinking about when you were a child. Like, it's like his mind is always there. Like, he's always thinking about how you were as a child, what you two did together when you were a child. I don't know why he's living so much in the past, Um, um, but if he seems to have fond memories of the past. Especially when you were a child. It's like maybe something happened when you were a teenager that sort of changed the dynamic between you two. Like something changed when you became a teenager. Maybe he felt like he lost control or lost he lost something, like that. Maybe he didn't know how to be a dad to a teenage child. Like he didn't know how to raise a teenager. He didn't know how to act towards a teenager. Like he was better at handling you when you were a child. And so I'm sensing that he didn't want you to grow up. Like he didn't want you to become a teenager. He wanted you to stay in that child phase. He wanted you to be a child forever, because that was when he shined as a dad, or that was when he felt like you saw him with different eyes, like you saw him in a different light when you were a child. And maybe that's also a part of it, that he felt like maybe when you became a teenager, you might have started rebelling a bit against him, and you might have started seeing some of his flaws. And maybe he just wanted you to stay as a child, because when you were a child, you just saw him as a perfect person. You saw him as a rock star. And so he wanted to stay that way in your mind. He wanted you to keep seeing him in that light. Or maybe there was something else for some. Maybe that just resonates with a few of you, or half of you, or something. Maybe for others of you, this could have been like maybe your father only was a part of your childhood, a part of your childhood, not a part, but a part of your childhood when you were a child. And so like maybe when you became a teenager, you might have moved to your mother, or maybe your parents were divorced, and so you ended up living with your mother, and so maybe he didn't see you again after that. Or maybe he split, maybe he abandoned you and went and started a new life somewhere else or something. So maybe the reason why he only has fond memories of your childhood is because he was only a part of your childhood, and not, maybe he wasn't there when you were a teenager and when you were a young adult and all of that. Maybe he wasn't in the picture. So maybe that's why he only has those memories of the past, of your childhood. But it seems as if he has fond memories of it. Like he thinks back at it and thinks like that was. I think in a way he believes that he gave you a good childhood. I think he believes that he was a good dad when you were a child. Like he did fun things with you, went to amusement parks with you, did a lot of fun stuff. I'm sensing that he did a lot of fun stuff with you, took you out to play on playgrounds. Like he did a lot of things with you, I'm sensing, or in his mind he did. Like he thinks back at those memories where he created some good memories for you, where he and maybe he feels like it's a bit unfair that you don't remember the good stuff. I am sensing that he feels like you have demonized the past a bit, that you only see the bad stuff and you don't see all the good stuff that also happened, or something like that. With the Knight of Wands reversed, I am sensing that your dad might have split. Like I am sensing that for many of you, your dad abandoned you. But I am sensing something else. Maybe he didn't abandon you. Like, I'm sensing that it's not really their decision. I don't think it was his decision to not be a part of your life, because he has fond memories up until the teenage years. And for many of you, or for some of you, I don't know, but I'm sensing that something happened in the teenage years that changed their life, that changed your father's life too. Your father was also a victim to this change. Not a victim, but he might see it that way. I don't think he was a victim to it, but he might see himself as a bit of a victim for some reason. And I think that's maybe what he wants to tell you. Like he wants to tell you, I feel like he sees, he thinks that you have a faulty view of what really happened in the past. He feels like the story has changed, that the narrative is wrong, that it's you believe some story about what happened, and your dad is very convinced that it's not right, that wasn't how that wasn't the truth. That he believes that he has the truth, that the truth is different than your truth, that his truth is different than the truth that you believe in, that you've been force-fed by someone else. And I am sensing, like, I don't know if I'm getting manipulated right now by your dad. If that's the case, he's a very, very, very good manipulator, because I don't get manipulated very easily. So if that's the truth, like, your dad is a master manipulator, because he can fool me. I'm not sure, because I am actually getting a feeling here that I think your dad is right. That there is something about the story that you don't know. That there is some something. So there is more to the story, and I think it's probably you have a different view of your childhood, and I think you have your mother's point of view, or you've adopted your mother's point of view. Maybe you were too young to have your own experience of it, like you didn't, maybe you weren't old enough to know what was going on, so you've only heard stories about it, and you maybe only heard them from your mother, and maybe your mother has left out some parts of the story. Or maybe your dad is trying to manipulate me into believing that. Or maybe your dad has lied for a very long time, and he's actually starting to believe that it's actually the truth, which is why I'm sensing that it is true. Like, I'm sensing his energy right now, that it's his energy I'm channeling, and I'm sensing that he actually I think he's being genuine. Like, I think he believes that this is the truth. But I'm not sure if it's because he has lied so much that he is actually starting to believe the lie. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know what's the truth. I don't know. For fuck's sake, what? Okay, but yeah, your dad is convinced that he was the victim to something your mother did. That your mother is pretty much the reason why he wasn't a part of your life, that he wanted to be a part of your life. He wanted to be, and that's maybe the double meaning here, like, because I keep saying a part, like it's of course also because I'm a foreigner and I speak with a very strong, like very, very, very thick accent. So like I can't say a part and make it sound like two different words. Like I can't do it. But I am sensing that in a way he wanted to be a part of your life. But he also wanted to be a part of your life. Like he wanted to be a part, like that you two should be apart. So from each other. So I am sensing that there probably was some kind of conflict. I think your dad has had conflicting feelings towards you. He wanted to be there. He wanted to be in your life, but he also wanted to stay out of your life. He wanted to live his own life, but he also wanted to, like, he wanted the cake and eat it too. Like he wanted, like you can't have both. You have to choose. And I think your dad probably chose the wrong thing. But I think your dad believes that your mother has tried to manipulate you into hating him. That's something he's very convinced that happened. Maybe it did. Maybe your mother did try to make you hate him. Maybe for good reason, or maybe for a bad reason. I don't know. But I think your dad felt like he wasn't really in control of what your mother was telling you about him, and that made him very uncomfortable. He felt really like he was being betrayed by your mother, that she was talking shit about you, making you believe that he was the villain, and he and he felt like the victim of it all. He felt like your mother was being unreasonable. I don't know if she was. She could have been. Like, that's not unusual that, like, that she might have tried to make you turn against your dad. Maybe she didn't want him to be a part of your life. Maybe she also judged him a bit, like that he was unfit as a parent, and maybe he was unfit. Maybe your mother tried to protect you against your dad, and maybe she shouldn't have. Maybe she should have given him a chance to redeem himself or something. I don't know. Or a chance to grow as a person. Like, maybe he was being very immature in the beginning, and maybe he became more mature with time, and maybe your mom should have given him a chance to show his more mature side. I don't know. Of course, like when there's divorce involved, it's always very, very difficult to see who's actually manipulating who, like because that's always something that happens when people get divorced, like especially when they get divorced when the children are very young, because then each parent has their own alone time with the child, and so they feel like they can actually force feed the child whatever information that they can come up with, true or false. Like, it doesn't, they know that the child doesn't know, so it's their word against the other parent, and so it's like it kind of creates this very, very unfortunate playground for the parents. So, like, they can do whatever because there really are no rules, and it is really their word against the other one, and so they can. So it's really hard to say who's. Maybe your parents were kind of manipulating each other, like, or you're manipulating you against each other, like it might have been from both sides, really. Like, maybe both your parents were kind of to blame for this. So maybe there wasn't really one victim here. Maybe they both kind of wasn't acting in the best way. Like, maybe they both were kind of a bit to blame for all of this. Like, I don't know. But what does your dad want you to know? What does your dad want to tell you? Group number 3. Okay, so 9 of Pentacles. So I think there's a double meaning here. I'm sensing that your dad might want to tell you that your mother was the one who wanted the divorce, like your mother wanted to be single, a single mom, that was her dream or something. That's kind of manipulative, I guess. I don't know, but maybe your dad wants to tell you something about your mom, that your mom was the one who wanted you all for herself, that she was being the selfish one who wanted it all, who didn't want to share you with your dad, who just wanted to take everything for herself, and didn't leave anything for your dad, like that he just got the leftovers. Like you wanted to be the main character or whatever, like that you wanted to be that your mother wanted to be the main character. I mean, sorry. Did I say it differently? I don't know. I probably did. I meant that your mother wanted to be the main character in your life, that she wanted the main role as the parent. She wanted to have all the control over how you and that she wanted to be in charge and make all the decisions, and she didn't see, or that your mother wanted. I'm sensing something here. I don't know if this is a specific message for one of you or whatever, but I'm sensing that your dad feels like he was the rock star in your childhood. He was the one that was shining as a parent. He was the one who was doing all the fun stuff with you. Like he took you out to playgrounds. He took you out to amusement parks, and you did all the fun things together with your dad. Your dad, I think your dad believed that your mom was jealous of him, that she wanted to be the fun one, and that he was outshining her. And so your dad believes that your mother wanted him out of the picture so that she could be the fun parent, so that she could do all the fun things with you and become the rock star in your life, and that she was jealous or envious of what you two had, and so she tried to eliminate the competition. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I think that's your dad. I think your dad is kidding himself a bit there. That sounds a bit ridiculous and a bit absurd. I don't think that's likely what happened. I don't know, but I'm also sensing another message here that your dad wants you to be. He wants you to be independent. Like he's kind of waiting for you to be an independent adult, so that I think your dad feels like you are being influenced too much by your mother. Like your mother has too much influence over you, and so he's waiting for this bond to be like he's waiting for the bond to kind of crack or whatever, so that he can swoop in and become the main character again. So like he wants you to think for yourself and be an independent adult, so that you can make your own decisions and make your own and have your own view of him and your own perception of him, and so that he can have sort of a fresh start with you and a clean slate, so that he can sort of make you see him in a different light or something. It's with a 6 of Pentacles, I am sensing that your dad feels very generous of you, to you. I mean, generous of you, generous to you. He feels like, and that's maybe also one of the things where he feels like you don't give him enough credit, because he feels like he's not that bad of a dad, because he has helped you financially, so that makes him a good dad. Like, how can you in his mind he feels like you can't think less of him as a dad when he has contributed. Like, you can't say that he was never a part of your life when he always contributed to your life, like by paying alimony and by paying for buying you things, buying you a bicycle when you needed one, buying you stuff that you needed all your life. Like, that was in his mind, he felt like that was very supportive. Like, he was a supportive dad, even though he was not around, he was still supportive of you, or to you. Like, of you. Why do I keep saying of you? Like, to you. Sorry, But of course, that's not love. Like, you can't buy love. You can't buy people. But I think your dad might have tried to buy your love. And this card here, the Lovers, it came out like this, not upright, not reversed, and that's kind of telling, because I think like your dad has, like, it's not like your dad is, like, your dad loves you, but it's not like the usual love. Of course it is the usual love. I'm not saying your dad doesn't love you. Your dad loves you. And he has very fond memories of you two together, the things that you did together when you were a child and stuff like that. And it's all very, very, very fond memories. But like it's not completely like the love that it was supposed to be. Like, but it's not. I think it's more because your dad might not have been able to love someone in the correct way, if there is a correct way to love someone. Like, he didn't really know how to. Maybe he came from a family where love was this very foreign thing that no one really talked about, and no one expressed their feelings to anyone, and everyone was kind of just a bit cold to each other. And so maybe he grew up in a very cold household, very where everyone was just doing things for each other, and that was sort of their way of showing their love, was to do practical things for each other, or supporting each other financially, or stuff like that. That was their way of, that was their love language, in a way that it was more through practical things, like doing things, and maybe he feels like, how can you say that he was never a loving parent when he supported you financially, when he came to help you repair your bike when it was whatever, broken, whatever, and like, that's, in his mind, that's love. Of course he showed his love to you in those ways, so why, what more could you expect from him, in a way? So I think he's kind of puzzled by this. Like, he doesn't understand why you would think that he didn't love you. Why you'd get that idea? And I think that's probably why he blames your mother, because he doesn't understand why you would have that idea, and so he thinks that that idea must have been planted in your brain by your mother, who brainwashed you since you were a child to hate him. And so, but I don't think, I actually am sort of starting to realize that I don't think your mother is the villain in this story. I don't think she tried to turn you against your dad. I don't think that was her intention. Maybe she did it subconsciously, but I don't think she intentionally tried to break your bond. I think she actually wanted you to get along. But I think the reason why you might have felt like your dad didn't love you is, like I explained before, that he showed you his love in ways that didn't make you feel more loved. It didn't make, just because he repaired your bike, that didn't seem to be love in your eyes. That was just something that he sort of had to do. Like, that's just something a dad has to do in a way. Like, that's not that's just a given in a way. Like, we expect that from our dads. So how would that be? I don't know. So, but maybe maybe he even fixed your bike and wasn't even that happy about doing it. Like, it seemed as if it was like something he didn't actually want to do. So how would that be love, if he's doing something for you and kind of being irritated doing it? Like, what's the love there? Like, so, but in his mind, he felt like he showed you his love by doing those things, and that he was a good dad because he did those things. He could have easily just ignored you and not done it, but he did it anyways. And so I feel like he saw the bare minimum that a parent should do. He saw that as a token of his love. And that is a weird way of seeing it, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, I don't know. but I'm sensing though that he wants you to know that he loves you. Like he wants to eliminate any doubt in your brain that he doesn't love you. Like he doesn't want you to think that he doesn't love you. So that's one of the things that he really wants you to know, that he loves you, in his weird way of showing it. And that he is sad that he didn't get to have more fond memories of you or with you. But I'm not sensing that he's like, that he wants to make it up to you. Like I'm not sensing that he wants to start being like a big part of your life, which is very sad when you think about it, but it's not because he doesn't love you, it's just because I don't know why. I feel like in a way he feels a bit awkward. Like there's something awkward here. I don't know if your dad is a bit of an awkward guy, but like he's a bit like, I think he feels like it's a bit of an awkward thing to be a dad, and like he doesn't know how to talk to you. He doesn't know. Maybe he's also maybe the silent type, like where if he would come to visit you, or if you came to visit him in the future, like or maybe now, like then you might have noticed, or you both might have noticed, that it's a bit hard. It's a bit awkward. It's like you don't know what to say to each other. Like the conversation doesn't just flow easily. Like it's yeah. So I think he feels like it's a bit awkward, actually, that he doesn't know what to say to his own daughter. Like he knew, and that's maybe also why he was a better dad to you when you were a child, because children are so much easier to talk to. Like even if you're a very awkward adult, and the silent type, and and maybe a bit socially anxious, you might be good at talking to a child, because that it's easier. You know that the child doesn't judge you. Like the child thinks you're great, whatever you say. Like, and they don't children don't get caught up by some words that, like, they don't memorize what people say to them. Like they don't hold it against them in the future. Like children are very children are not that complicated to talk to. And I think your dad felt like when you were a child, you were not very complicated to talk to. Like it was easier to have a conversation with you because you were a child, and it was, I don't know. And so maybe now he feels like he doesn't really know how to talk to you, and he feels like he says all the wrong things to you, and he doesn't know what to talk about. Maybe it was easier when you were a child because maybe your dad is a bit not childish or not immature, but maybe he just maybe it's just easier for him to talk to children about children stuff. I don't know. Than it is for him to talk about adult stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's just not as much pressure, and like he doesn't feel like has to say all the right things, and I don't know. So I feel like there's an awkwardness that he kind of wants to escape the awkwardness. He doesn't really want to face it. So he wants to be a part of your life. He wants to be a good dad to you, but he also feels like it's very, very awkward and very draining to try to find something that you have in common and try to speak to you about relationships or whatever, I don't know. And it's just uncomfortable for him for some reason. And in a way he would have wished that you had been a child forever and never had grown up and become an adult, because you might have outgrown him in a way. Like you might have grown apart from him. He felt like he had like a good relationship with you when you two, not that you were on the same level back then, not that your dad is on the level of a child, but I feel like you were more in sync, like you were more synchronized. I don't know why, like, but I just feel like your dad felt like you were in sync when you were a child. Then you grew up and you grew apart, and now it's awkward, and they don't know. The only thing that they can talk to you about is the past, like the things that happened in the past, because I don't know, maybe he wants to go there every time because he wants to make you realize that he actually was a great dad once. Like maybe he's not a great dad now, but he was a great dad back then, or he felt that way, or I don't know. Strength reversed. So I think with a strength upright, it's about a person taming a lion, and I feel like he could tame you when you were a child. Like you were kind of his pet. Like not like that. Like it's I know it sounds a bit bad when you say it like that, but he was able to control you in a way and tame you, and like you were his in a way. Like you were, maybe you were, if you're a female, you were maybe a daddy's girl when you were a child. Like you were, your dad had you in the palm of his hand, or maybe the other way around. Like maybe you had your dad in the palm of your hand. Like you could make him do everything, and you could like boss him around and make him like you just had to call him, and then he would come and fix your bike because you had a control over him. Maybe like maybe you and so you had a different dynamic back then, and maybe now he feels like maybe you don't need him anymore. Like you don't call him when you need your bike fixed anymore. Like you don't call him to get some practical things done. So he doesn't really have a purpose anymore. So what's his purpose in your life if he can't do anything for you anymore? And so he feels maybe a bit like he's not, you don't need him. So why bother the awkwardness and all of that if you are fine on your own? And I don't know. But and I feel like maybe when you became a teenager, and became a young adult, you might have stopped have stopped this control that you had over your dad. Like, you might not have had him in the palm of your hand anymore, even though you probably had, but maybe you didn't take advantage of it anymore because you were an adult, and maybe you didn't want that. Like, children can be so unfiltered. Like, they try different roles, and they try to be the sometimes children have fun trying to be the bossy one, be bossy towards their parents and make them do things for them, and it's kind of this phase where the child tries to test out the boundaries, tests their parents and see what they can actually make them do for them. But maybe when you became a teenager, you kind of grew out of that phase, and you started doing things on your own and became more independent, and so you stopped calling him whenever you were in trouble, and you tried to just figure things out on your own. And so maybe he felt like his purpose disappeared quite quickly quite early on in the process of this. I don't know, and yeah, so I feel like if you called your dad and asked him for a favor, or asked him to do something for you, I think he would do it. He wouldn't hesitate. Like, if you called him and said, like, you have a leaking roof or something, he would come and fix it for you. But he just doesn't want to come just to have small talk with you, because that's super awkward for him, and he hates it. And I know that's a horrible thing to say, because a dad shouldn't hate having a conversation with his daughter or son like that. But I just think it's very awkward for him, and he feels very, it's awkward, and there's not more to it. It's kind of simple. It's like, I don't know, but that's it. That's all I have for you. Group number 3. I hope this reading was helpful, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, group number 4. You chose this Miss Cleo's tarot deck, and I will start with some channeling, and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So, okay, group number 4, the people who will choose group number 4. What does group number 4's dad want to say to group number 4? But they can't for some reason. What does group number 4's dad want to say to group number 4 that he can't say? There are some different things here. One of them is, and I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but there is something about a surprise, actually. A weird thing, but yeah, but of course that's literally something he can't say to you. So maybe I shouldn't have have worded it that way, because quite literally there is one thing that your dad is keeping hidden from you, because he can't tell you about it, because it's a surprise. So and so there is something, maybe something about a birthday present, that or something like that. or a present, in graduation present or something. But yeah, it's something that you'll have to. I'm not gonna spoil the surprise. But yeah, but that's not what I meant. Sometimes the spirit takes my words very literally. I mean more like, is there something that your dad would like you to know that he can't, like that he, something he would like you to know? Group number 4. I am sensing that your dad is quite proud of you. Actually, it might come as a surprise to you, because your dad is maybe not the type of person who says that. Like, your dad might have always been more like the tough love kind of guy. Like he wants to push you to like he wants to push you in the right direction, and and so maybe he has been maybe hard on you in the past, tried to maybe even sort of bully you into making the right decisions and stuff like that. And so maybe he has had, like, maybe you have certain memories of your dad where you would have wished that your dad had been more supportive of some of your ideas, especially like maybe you told your dad that you had an idea that you wanted to pursue, like you wanted to do something, like maybe a career choice that you wanted to explore, and your dad might have laughed off the idea and said that was a bad idea, that you shouldn't do that was beneath you, or that was not a good choice for you, that you should do something else, like become a lawyer or a doctor, or that you shouldn't, or just go to the university. Maybe you talked about not going to the university and instead start your own business, or do something on your own, or become an artist, or something, or a writer, or maybe you wanted to do something else. And your dad might have been might have even bullied you a bit, and like said that's not gonna happen. Like you should do what he wants you to do. And so I am sensing a bit of but it seems as if he's proud of you now, and I'm sensing that it's because you've actually done what he wanted you to do. And so I'm not really sure if that's a good thing that he's proud of you. That maybe it would have been better if he wasn't proud of you right now, because that would be a sign that you actually had chosen to do what you wanted to do. But yeah, he's proud of you. Probably not for the best reasons, but yeah, he's very proud of you. And he wants you to keep doing what you're doing. I'm not sure you should. Like I don't want to be the devil's advocate here, but I feel like I'm gonna be a bad influence now and say, do what you want. Don't make your dad proud. Don't do it. and like the Two of Cups came through, so just as I said it, so it could also have something to do with love. Love whoever you want. Love. Don't choose your partner because you think that's what that's the type of partner your dad would be proud of you for. Like don't choose. Love whoever you want to love. Don't do it because you want. Don't feel like you have to choose a type of person just because it would make your dad proud. And if you are not attracted to the opposite sex, and you're living a lie right now or whatever, like trying to make it work with someone from the opposite sex, if you're in a relationship right now, a heterosexual relationship, just because it's what your dad would have wanted for you, don't do it. Don't do that. Like that's probably specific for one of you, but I just feel like you might need to hear that your dad might be proud of you, that you're in a heterosexual relationship, and because maybe your dad has a problem with homosexuality, but don't let his opinion don't let his opinion change the course of your life. Don't let him influence you in that way. Live your truth. Don't choose to love whoever you love. Don't. Also, if you're not a homosexual, but if you're in love with someone who you believe would be unfit in your dad's eyes, don't let it get to you. Like, you can just, yeah, I'm just sensing that maybe you're too obsessed with making your dad proud, and you're too focused on what he thinks is the right thing for you. Like you let him get to you, and don't live your truth. Don't. But he is very. But I'm not getting any negative energy from him towards you. Like he's very proud. He also wants to, like, I think he wants to give you a gift at your graduation if you're in university and studying whatever he wants you to study. If that's what you're doing right now, I hope that's only a minority of you. I don't hope it's the majority, because that would be very sad. But if you're in the university studying something that your dad wants you to study, and you're about to graduate, then I think your dad actually wants to give you a very, very expensive gift when you graduate. And of course that's very nice of him. But it's also a bit like he's just rewarding you for good behavior, like for doing the right thing in his eyes. Like, it's a bit, he wouldn't have rewarded you if you had chosen to become a psychic on the internet, or if you had chosen to become a painter or an author, or if you had chosen to live a different life with a different, if you had chosen a different path, he wouldn't have rewarded you in the same way. So it's kind of, I don't know if that's, I don't know if he's not proud, he's proud of you, but it's not unconditional proudness. Like he's proud because you are fulfilling the conditions for making him proud. So I feel like you I think you skipped the rebellion phase, the phase in your life where you were supposed to rebel against your parents. You might have skipped that. I feel like you never really rebelled against your parents. Maybe you did, but it wasn't really like I feel like you need to just. I think like it's never too late. Like it's never too late to rebel. And sometimes it's actually more fun to do it when you're an adult and it actually matters. Like when you're a teenager and you go through that rebellion, you rebel against your parents by doing some things that actually don't really matter, like dressing in goth and doing stuff like that. But like now you can actually do, like now you can rebel and it will actually hurt in a different, more thrilling way. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit of a sicko for thinking this. Maybe. I just feel like go out, do your thing. Don't let it. Of course, if you're about to graduate, of course it might be a good idea to just graduate. Like if you're already far in the process, then maybe it would be a shame if you stopped now. But I feel like when you graduate, like maybe you graduate and then your dad can give you that gift or whatever. But that, and that will be nice for you. It would help your life. It seems as if it's a practical thing that actually will make your life easier. So it would be something that you actually would want to have. So it's maybe important to get that gift. But no one says that like after graduation that you have to get a job that you like that you have been like studying for you don't, if you graduate from medicine, you don't have to become a doctor. You can actually just go out and do your thing and try it out for a while, and then maybe you can become a doctor and like work as a doctor later on. Like I don't know, but yeah. But your dad is very proud of you. And he wants to reward your good behavior. I think he sees you as a very easy child. Like you were very easy growing up. Like you never did anything wrong. You never you never made any problems at school. Like you always behaved very, very good, and there were never really any issues with you, which was very nice for your dad, because it made his life easier that you were so easy. So it was and yeah, he wants to like he is very proud of you, happy that you are the way you are, and he wouldn't have wanted you to be any different. Like he's very glad of how you turned out. He doesn't really have any like objections to like the person that you are right now, but maybe you're living a lie, and that's but maybe you're not. Maybe this is the real you. But if you're living a lie, don't feel free to live your truth, even if it makes your dad a bit frustrated. But I am sensing that like your dad feels in some way that he's not completely responsible of how great you turned out. Like I think he does have certain regrets about your upbringing, actually, which actually comes as a bit of a surprise to me, because he seems a bit like a bit like what's it called? Like he's very he's like a sculpture, like a stone sculpture, like he seems very like, I don't know, it's but he's so like I'm sensing like a stubborn energy from him, like he's but he seems regretful about certain things. I think it's mostly that he wasn't around. He was around in your childhood, I think, but I think he worked a lot. Like he was maybe not home a lot in your childhood. Like he was always working late and stuff like that. So I think he was tired all the time, and probably because he had a very stressful job. I'm sensing that he was a police officer or a doctor or a lawyer, but I'm just sensing more police or something like that, or military, or something that seems a bit more in that area. I don't know, but I'm just sensing that his job was a very big part of his life, and so he didn't really have that much time for family stuff. And I think he regrets that part. I think he feels like if he would have done it all over again, I think he would have made more time for his family. But I am also sensing that like he is also like, it seems as if he's kind of trying to justify himself in a way where he feels like it was actually a good thing that he wasn't around that much, because then maybe you had turned out more spoiled. I don't know. So I think it's more like his way of justifying his priorities, because like he feels like maybe you hadn't turned out that great as the great person that you are today if he had been more around, because then you would have been maybe a spoiled brat or something, I don't know, and you wouldn't have gotten this great like you're very smart, and I think your dad believes that you're very smart because you had to figure things out for yourself. You had to do your homework alone. You had to do everything by yourself, and so that was kind of like, I think your dad feels like he like he gave you an obstacle course, or something like that it was actually good that your life was a minefield, because it taught you how to be a good student, how to take care of things on your own, how to solve your own problems and stuff like that. I don't know. But I want to shuffle the cards and see if the cards have more things to say. Okay, so a lot of things. Yeah, so that's a lot of cards. But I'm gonna read them anyways. So the first card, the Devil. I think your dad is very materialistic. Material stuff is very important for your dad. And he also shows his love through material things. And that's also maybe something your dad wants you to know, is that you shouldn't be in doubt that your dad actually loves you and is proud of you and all of that, but he might not show it with his words, he might not express his love to you, but he shows his love by giving you material stuff. And that's his way of, like, the way he knows how to show love. And that might also have been why he worked so much in your childhood, because he felt like the way he could show his love to you was only by providing you and your mother and the family enough money so that you could all live a good life. And so that was his role as the breadwinner or whatever. And that he did it for you. Like he that's also maybe he's justifying himself again, that the reason why he worked so much was because he was providing for the family and it was for your own good, and so he wasn't being selfish. He wasn't trying to his priorities were fine in his mind, because if he had prioritized family over his career, then maybe you would have struggled financially and that would have been a problem, and so then he wouldn't have been able to give you the security and stability in your life that you had. I don't know. Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. I think your dad, he might feel like you, that your mother, okay, it is your mother, it's not you. Okay, so maybe he feels like, maybe he wants you to know that your mother was very materialistic as well. That it wasn't that your mother, maybe he blames your mother a bit for this, I don't know. That he feels like that he had to work so much throughout your childhood because your mother was very focused on money and wanted your dad to work, and maybe that your mother was. This is kind of like this is a bit. I don't like this energy here, because I'm sensing that your dad is kind of saying that your mother was using a lot of, like, was spending a lot of money, and so he had to work overtime to be able to catch up with your mother's spendings. And I don't like that kind of, like, I feel like that's kind of that's a bit cruel to say. I feel like maybe it's true though. Like maybe some of it could be true, that maybe your mother was. I don't think that's it. I think it's, again, I think your dad is kind of trying to find someone to blame for not being around that much in, like, but he, I don't know. With the Empress here, yeah, I'm sensing that he kind of blames your mother for it. That also your mother might have I don't know if there was, like, I think your mother might have made some kind of decision that she wanted to work part-time so that she could be more around the children, around you, and or maybe she actually didn't want to work at all because she wanted to be a full-time mom or something like that. And so I feel like your dad might have some sort of resentment towards your mother because of that decision, because I think he felt like he had the whole burden on his shoulders, and he had to work all the time, and he didn't get to be with his children as much as he would have wanted, and that it was kind of your mother's fault because your mother sort of made a selfish decision, even though I don't think it was selfish. But I think your dad might have felt like it kind of took a toll on your relationship, like your connection, that you had a bad view or perception of your dad because he wasn't around that much, and so he blames your mother for that. I don't know. Nine of Wands. So I think your dad. Yeah, your dad is very defensive in all of. I think there is a defensive energy here. But it's mostly because he is regretful. I don't actually think anyone is actually, like, there's no reason for him to be defensive, because I don't think anyone is actually blaming your dad. Like, I don't think you blame your dad for working too much. Or maybe you do, but like, but I don't think you say it to him. Like, you don't say it to his face that you would have wanted him to be more of a dad, like, instead of just working all the time. But for some reason, I think your dad just feels a bit regretful, about it, like he feels like he might have not been like the best that he could have been, or like your dad might be the type of person who got straight A's when he was in school, or like he might have always strived to become the best at everything, and so maybe he also wanted to be the best dad, and so he felt like he got a bit robbed from actually achieving that because he wasn't around to actually show what a great dad he was, or whatever, I don't know. But he seems defensive. He seems like he wants to defend his own honor in a way, like that he would have been a better dad if he had had more time, and he would have wanted to help you more with your homework, and he would have wanted to be more, like he would have wanted to come to parent-teacher conferences at school. He would have wanted to have time for that, but he didn't, so he never came to those things, and that might have been very rough for you that only your mother came to those things, and I don't know. Two of Wands. So I think your dad. Two of Wands and Two of Swords. I think your dad is very, like, he's very conflicted. He wants to make amends. I actually think he wants to but still I'm sensing like it's the energy that I got in the beginning, like I can't really let that energy go, because I feel like your dad, like of course your dad loves you, he's proud of you, but I am also sensing that it's not unconditional love. It's like he's proud of you when you're doing the right thing in his eyes and all of that. So I still feel like that's not an ideal energy for a parent, but I am sensing that like he wants to have a relationship with you, but he also knows that that if he wants to have a relationship with you, a solid one, he would have to make some sacrifices. I don't know what that means, like, but that's just something that came through, that he would have to sacrifice something in order to prioritize you in his life. I don't, maybe it's a career thing, maybe he still doesn't have that much time for you, so he can't really open up that, like, there is a lid on something, like, but if he tries to open it, then like he doesn't know if he can actually live up to, like, if he wants to make amends, like if he wants to start being a more attentive parent to you, then he can't just keep on making the same mistake. And like, so like if he tries to do you right this time and then ends up doing you wrong because he actually doesn't have the time, then that would be more hurtful to you. So he's waiting. I think he's sort of waiting for him to for his retirement or something. Like he wants to, he's waiting for the time where he doesn't work, where his career is over, and so it's not a priority anymore. And then he wants to completely be a part of your life, but he feels like he can't do it now, because then he's just gonna let you down again, because he would make some promises that he wouldn't be able to keep. I'm not, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think that's all I have for you. No, that's not all I have for you. Like that's a bad way to end it. But I want to know if there's something he would want you to know. Something. Not that many cards. I think he does want you to know a lot. Like it's like there are many things that your dad feels like has been left unsaid. Like a lot of things that you haven't talked about because there hasn't been time for it. And he's kind of waiting for when the best time will come, so that you can actually get all of this sorted out. But it's just not now. But the 5 of coins came through here. Yeah, so I think he is creating a legacy. And I think he sees it that way. He sees that he is doing something important. And so he feels like his job is important. He feels like it's a legacy. It's something that will So it's also going. He feels like it's going to be beneficial for the family, and like it's. Yeah, it's a. It's gonna benefit you and your children. I don't know how, but like I think he sees the bigger picture, or he feels like he's able to see the bigger picture. He can see how his priorities are good priorities, because he can see how it will be beneficial in the future for the future generations. Maybe he has very high hopes for himself, and I don't know if this is, but in his, that's how he justifies it. So yeah, don't take it personally that he's prioritizing his career. There is some grand plan with all of it, but maybe you will realize this grand plan once in the future. I don't know. Yeah, but I think that's all I have for you. Group number 4. I hope this reading was helpful, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, group number 5. You chose this Tarot Cats tarot deck, and I will start with some channeling and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So group number 5, the people who will choose group number 5. What does group number 5's father want to say to group number 5, but he can't for some reason? I'm getting something about Bellevue. I don't know if it's French, like a French word. I don't know what it means. Sorry. Maybe some of you do, but I can't really use it for. So like I want to channel something that I can actually use. Group number 5, what would group number 5's dad want group number 5 to know? There is something like, I think your dad sees you as very smart. He wants you to know that you're very, very smart. Like he acknowledges that part of you. That I think your dad knows that you are very gifted, intellectually gifted. Your dad is gifted as well. He always was. And his mother was too, or father. But I'm sensing more that it comes from his mother. Your dad knows something about the family that he might not have told you about, or maybe he has, but maybe he feels like he hasn't told you the whole story or something, and there is your family. You come from a very gifted bloodline. Your dad was very gifted, and still is. And his mother was, and probably some ancestors in that bloodline was too. And it's kind of this weird thing where I think the family describes it as actually the family curse. Which is a bit strange, but it's like they are all very, very smart to the point where they are quite brilliant. They have, but there's also a lot of mental illness in the family, and that's the curse, I think, that with great minds comes like very a lot of mental illness as well. And so it's I think there could be schizophrenia in your family. And I don't know if your dad had is schizophrenic. He could be, or he could have had psychotic episodes when he was younger. But I'm more sensing that his mother had schizophrenia. I'm not sure if your dad had it too, but I think he was always very scared of inheriting the schizophrenia, and I think he's very scared of you inheriting it too. So that's probably why he keeps it hidden from you, or he doesn't want to tell you about it, or he doesn't want to go into detail about it, because he's very, very scared that you might inherit it, because you're very smart. And maybe you have siblings, but they don't have the same thing. Like it's not as apparent in them as it is in you. So it's more like he's not so afraid that your sibling or siblings will get it. And maybe he's also a bit, if you're into tarot and into spirituality, this might scare him a bit, because I think he's a bit afraid that that if you go too deep into that sort of thing, that it could it could start something, like that it could be the like you never know what triggers schizophrenia so it can be everything from so I just think your dad is very afraid that this might trigger a psychotic episode or schizophrenia, that you're into these sort of things. So I think your dad is very afraid of that. He feels like you have to be cautious. But he sees you as very brilliant, like you're a brilliant mind. Also like the movie. But like, of course, you could do wonders if you became like if you started like, I don't know if you are in the university now, but I think your dad feels like that would be a good idea for you, because you have the abilities to get really far. Yeah. But I'm gonna shuffle the cards. Three of Pentacles. So I feel like, yeah, you should, I think your dad sees you as an academic, like you are supposed to be in school. You are supposed to, like, it's not if you are not in school right now, I think your dad feels like that's not ideal. You are wasting your talent, like you're wasting your potential by not being in school. So I think your dad wants you to stay in school, or start school if you're not in school right now. So I think and he wants you to know that you're very gifted and very talented, and that you have a skill like this cat here who can balance these coins on his nose. Like, you can do something that not many other people can do. Like, you are special, you are unique, and that's again the family curse. You come from a bloodline of very unique people, very brilliant people who saw the world very, very differently than other people did. Like, who was all very, very smart, but also very, very quirky, like very different from others, very alien-like, very like visionaries, pioneers, people who lived throughout their lifetime in the past, like where they were many years too early. Like many of your ancestors were misunderstood in their lifetime because they were ahead of their time. So they made inventions. I feel like one of your ancestors invented something, but it never actually became a huge success because it wasn't the right time. People didn't need it at the time. But then 100 years later, it was invented by someone else, and then it became a huge success. But it was because at the time when your ancestor invented it, no one wanted it, like no one needed it. So it's like these great minds who seemed to live in the future, like who were time travelers, like not in the right time era. Like, it was a mistake that they were put in the wrong time era. Like they so I'm just sensing that, like, you come from a bloodline of people who did extraordinary things, but all had that in common, that they didn't actually get that much recognition for their brilliance. And that's also a family curse, maybe. And maybe that's a part of the family curse as well, that you are all these brilliant people, but you are not getting the recognition that you deserve because you're ahead of your time. Like you can see here, like in this picture, it's actually quite telling. Like this cat here is doing something, something that's impossible in a way, balancing these coins on his nose. And you can look at the faces of the people behind. No one's impressed. No one's, like, everyone's just like, that's not, what's so great about that? Like, but, so I think your dad wants to know wants you to know the family curse, that you're all cursed with this brilliant mind that's just way too ahead of your time. Like, it's not, so don't, like, I feel like your dad don't want you to be too hard on yourself, because you are brilliant and you're doing brilliant things, and but if you don't get recognition, I feel like your dad just feel like that's just how your family works. So it's not something that's new. And I think like he wants you to also don't care so much about what other people think, because their opinion doesn't matter. It's not your fault that people don't get your brilliance. Like, it's not your fault that people can't comprehend what you're trying to do, like that they can't see your vision, because of their limited view, because of the fact that they are living in the right time era, so they are not living ahead of their time, and they don't know that you're actually inventing something that will be very, very important for other people 100 years from now, but not really something that anyone is going to use in your time era, but or in your lifetime. But so like, if you're thinking of becoming a writer, like, don't beat yourself up because people don't get it, because they might get it 100 years from now. It's not it shouldn't stop you from publishing a book. And with a nine of cups, I think your dad wants you to your dad, like, with a nine of cups is an interesting card. It's like it comes after 8 of cups, and 8 of cups is in Rider-Waite. It's the picture that it's like Moses going up to, or it's not Moses, but like it could be Moses. Let's say it's Moses going up to the mountain and to talk to God. And well, maybe, and then this card comes right after, and in Rider-Waite it's kind of the picture of a monk sitting alone in his chamber. And so it's like this, so it's not Moses, because Moses came back, but like think of it as someone who goes up to a mountain to pursue God, and then finds like what's it called, like for monks, like a place for monks to live at, like I don't know what the name of it is, but he might have found that on the top of the mountain, and so he joined the monks and whatever. But my point is that that I think your dad wants you to find your tribe. He wants you to go out and find people who are like-minded. You've probably been bullied. That wouldn't come as a surprise to me. That you were bullied because you are different. You're smarter than everybody else, and that's always a thing that makes people want to bully someone, is if they feel small in their, I don't know, but you were probably bullied, maybe not, I don't know, but it's very likely. And I think your dad, it has been hard for your dad. Your dad was probably bullied too. And it has probably been hard for your dad to witness you not fitting in, being bullied, being misunderstood by the people around you, not finding anyone that you could talk to, that you could share your ideas with, that were on the same wavelength as you. And I think your dad wants you to find people, like-minded people. Join some, and don't necessarily become a monk. You could become a monk, but find your people. Go out, even if it means that you have to travel to a different country, even if it means that you have to do what, I don't know, but find like-minded people who get you. And that's probably what your dad would have wanted for himself, but he never. I feel like your dad was kind of lonely, both as a child and also as a young adult. Like he might never have found his own tribe, like his own group of friends who just understood him. And I feel like he just wants you to find that in your life, and he would support you if you found them online and wanted to travel to a completely different country to be with them, like or hang out with them or whatever. It's like you could even like join a cult. I'm not even kidding. Like join something, like something that is maybe a bit something that maybe not a lot of people would understand, but do it. Don't care what other people think. Like if you find your people, hang on to them, and also like, or like join Mensa or join something, like I don't know. Mensa is of course filled with horrible people, but I don't know if that would be your tribe. I don't think it would be, but maybe like I'm misjudging them. I don't know, but just find. I just think your dad doesn't care who they are. Your dad has like if you found a group of serial killers, he would be fine with it too. No, I don't think so. But that was stupid. A stupid joke. It wasn't funny. I could do better. But if he wouldn't care. He wouldn't care if you found what this tribe is. But he just wants you to find this tribe. Go out, go to on top of the mountain, find them, find the people, find the place where you fit in, where people understand you, where people understand your quirks, where people might also have the same quirks. Like your dad and your ancestors, they were all limited to their surroundings, like their environment. Like they couldn't just hop on a plane and travel to the other side of the world. Like they had to stay near their family and near their home, and like they had more responsibilities to their surroundings. But you don't have that. Like you can actually just go out on an adventure and find people of course, now with the pandemic going on, like that probably could make it a bit more difficult. But still, like you can actually find them online. Like there wasn't like the internet was not around when your dad was young, and I think your dad would have wanted to, like he would have had a lot of, like he would have used the internet when he was young if it had existed, if he could have found like-minded people on the internet. Like that is it. I think your dad just wants you to find your tribe. And of course, yes, he is a bit afraid of this spiritual world, and maybe that is your tribe. But if it's your tribe, I think he would be fine with it. If that's your calling in life, he would be fine with it. But he is a bit afraid that it could lead to mental illness, or some that because of the schizophrenia in your family, if there is schizophrenia in your family, I think your dad is cautious about it, but I think he would still want you to find like-minded people. And if it was in the spiritual world, he would support you in that too. Like he just wants you to not be alone. Maybe he also feels like if you're alone with your quirks, that's a recipe for disaster. Like because that would maybe trigger your mental illness more. Like if you have mental illness in your genes or whatever, then that could be triggered by being alone with and not having people who understand you and whatever. Yeah. So yeah, I just think he just wants you to find your tribe. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's all I have for you. Group number 5. I hope this reading was helpful, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, group number 6. You chose this, the Alcohol Tarot deck, and I will start with some channeling, and then I will shuffle the cards for you. So, group number 6, the people who will choose group number 6. What does group number 6 Father want to say to group number 6? What does group number 6 Father want to say to group number 6? I feel like your dad might be a religious man. I'm sensing that he's religious. And you know that, like, that's not what he wants to say to you. Like, yeah, I don't think it comes as a surprise to you that he's religious. I think you know. So it's not that. That's not the secret or whatever. It's not what he would want you to know or wants to say to you. I think it's more that something to do with religion, and I think he might feel like you're not religious enough, or that I think there is something here where he feels like you need to go back to your roots, or back to the religion that you were raised up in. Like if you're a Christian or were raised Christian, I think you might have maybe you've changed your religion, or maybe you just have started believing in other things. I think your dad doesn't like it. I think your dad is sort of that religious type who believes very fearfully. I feel like your dad is very fearful of God. So it is a concern to your dad when you say that you don't believe in God. That concerns your dad because he is afraid that means that you won't go to heaven or whatever, or that you will be punished in the afterlife, or he's very concerned with your well-being, actually, that you're that it will have consequences for you if you don't believe in the right religion. Your dad seems also to be quite conservative as well. Very one way, the old way is the right way. Maybe he's also the type of dad who always says that everything was so much better in the past, that we are all screwed, every human being on the planet is screwed because we've all left God, or we've all what's it called? We're all doing something that's not that's not God's way, or I don't know. So I feel like your dad might be might have a lot against social media, smartphones, young people using smartphones too much, and wasting their life by looking at their smartphone. I agree to some extent. I think we are, of course, I don't believe that smartphones will last as an invention. I think we will. It is it's inevitable. It's not like I'm not telling the future. It's not a forecast. It's more that there's. I believe that everything is in there's there's this that everything the belief that when something is in one extreme, when there's one extreme, it's bound to start a rebellion. There will always be a rebellion against an extreme. If there's something that is being done to an extreme, there will always be a rebellion, and then there will be a time period where it will be completely where people will completely go in the other direction and completely ban the extreme. Not that smartphones should be banned, or I don't think that, but I think people will stop using smartphones in the future altogether at some point, because of what it's doing to us as humans, and then of course there will be some there will be a balance like there will always be one extreme, and then it goes over to the other extreme that's just like no smartphones at all. But then there will very likely be like this this compromise at the end, where people will have something that is like a smartphone, but probably not with internet, but which is just a normal mobile phone, like it was before. I don't know. Maybe I should do a forecast, like a real fortune telling about that in the future. But I'm yeah. So that's I probably yeah. Sorry, that was not about. Yeah, but I think your dad might have a lot against new technology and everything like TikTok might be something that your dad is very, very like has a very strong opinion about. Like he might hate TikTok and things like that, and people who get famous on TikTok, and that's like the devil or whatever. I don't know. And I think yeah, maybe if you have TikTok, he might not like that. But I don't think you have. But maybe you've thought about doing TikTok or but I think your dad wants you to just first of all, he wants you to become religious again. Like I don't know if you ever were, but I think your dad tried to raise you religiously, so he wants you to go back to the religion that he raised you in. And he wants you to live a more he wants you to live a life that's more like he doesn't want you to he wants you to have a normal job. In many ways, I think your dad wants you to live a very simple life, as he did and as his ancestors did before him. Like he wants you to not seek fame. He thinks fame is the devil. Like that's making a contract with the devil when you seek out fame, and doing anything that has to do with music or dancing, devil work, and or I don't know, but I'm just it might be specific for one of you, I don't know, but I'm just sensing your dad is very old school and very religious and very traditional and very like everything fun is devil work. So you are never supposed to have fun, and you're never supposed to smile, because what are you smiling about? Because you're smiling about something that was fun, right? And that's devil work. Everyone should just look very, very sad on every picture, because that's the old way. That's how photographies have always been. That's the name of the game. That's just how it always have been. So everyone has to look very, very sad on every photo, because that's the old way. I don't know. I don't think it's that extreme, to be honest. But I think your dad is exactly that extreme that we will see in the future. Like people like your dad is going to be that the other extreme that will probably. I don't think your dad will rebel. I don't think anyone in his generation will rebel against the smartphone thing, because they are all like that generation is not very reactive. They are more reactive than active. Like they don't really do anything about it. They just wait around and then like. But yeah. So I don't know. But I think your dad would want you to rebel against it and become one of those front runners who rebel against the maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants you to start the rebellion against the crap that's going on in the world. And maybe you are not that crusader that he wants you to be, and that's maybe also fine. If you don't want to do it, if you don't want to be that way, you shouldn't just do it just to make your dad proud. Or maybe you should. I think it would be a good cause, if I have to be honest. But again, it's my biased opinion, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah, I think like your dad is a bit lonely. That's also a message coming through. I think your dad is a bit lonely. But I guess you get a bit lonely when you're very stubborn in your own ways and you don't really tolerate anything but yourself. Not that, like, I don't think your dad is a narcissist. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but we are all a bit narcissistic, so it's not like. But I think your dad is. Your dad is a bit like he could be a bit lonely. I think he would like more company. But of course, if he keeps saying that everything you do and everything that your siblings do is devil's work, then of course he's not gonna get that many friends and not get much company from you guys. And I don't know. Of course, he is like supposed to change his behavior. Of course, if he wants more company, he would have to be more pleasant to be around and have some kind of understanding and tolerance for people having different opinions than he has. This could also have something to do with the pandemic. Actually, I think your dad could be one of those who doesn't believe in corona, that COVID is just like made up or whatever, or and so that might make people not want to hang out with him that much. So maybe that's what's causing his loneliness, is that people are maybe a bit tired of him because of his opinion on corona. I don't know. Four of Wands. So that is Four of Cups. And yeah, I think your dad, like it's a weird thing where your dad is rejecting people. He's pushing people away. Like he's the one who's pushing you away, and all the people he cares about, he's pushing them away. And so it's his own fault if he's lonely. It's because he has pushed everyone away. But I don't think he sees it that way. I think he just sits around, and I think he's a bit grumpy that no one calls him, and that it's a bit sad for him, like that he's a victim in all of this. But again, if people call him and he says some nasty things, or then people won't call him again. So like, I don't think your dad is like saying nasty things to people. I don't think that's it. I just think he's very judgmental and very religious, to the point where he's not tolerant of people's behavior, because he actually believes that people are going to hell. Like really seriously, he's on his own crusade trying to like make people So yeah, of course he's gonna bite the head off a lot of people, because he believes that that's the only way to make them see the right way, that God's way, or I don't know. I think he believes that he's doing the right thing by judging people for whatever, that he has the right idea, that his opinion is the right one, it's God's opinion, or and if you're like, if you're if you have a different sexuality, then like if you're not heterosexual, that might be a big deal breaker for your, like that's something that your dad wouldn't be very tolerant about. And so that could, like, your dad, of course, he is not very tolerant, and he uses God as like as like a cop out for his own bigotry, or I don't know, but yeah, your dad could have also, I'm not gonna say this because it's a bit, but okay, I'm gonna say it. Your dad could be very intolerant of homosexuals, because he might have had doubts about his own sexuality when he was younger or whatever. I don't, and maybe he's ashamed of it, or I don't know, or maybe he feels like he was never allowed to be he was never allowed to be a homosexual, so why should you? I don't know. But that's maybe, like, I don't know. 5 of spirits, which is 5 of swords. Your dad I think your dad wants you to know that even though he knows that he has lost, I'm sensing that he feels like he has lost you, like he has lost contact with you. You're not in his life anymore, or I don't know if that's only specific for a few of you, but I'm just sensing that he's not, like, he has lost contact with you. And so it's kind of this battle that he has lost. He didn't win that one. But he wants you to know that he hasn't given up yet. He still wants to pick up the pieces, and like he still wants to he hasn't given up on this. Or maybe this has to do with something in your life that your dad is not tolerant about, and so maybe it's not that nice. But that message could have still been for some of you, but I'm sensing that for many of you, I think this actually has to do with something that you told your dad about yourself, that your dad wasn't tolerant about. It could have been about your sexuality. It could have been about some of your hobbies. It could have been because you wanted to be on TikTok. It could have been because you started in being interested in tarot and talked about it with your dad. It could have been something, whatever. And I think your dad was very intolerant of it. Like he was very judgmental when you told him about it, and he didn't react in a very good way. And it probably made you very sad that your dad was so stubborn in that. And yeah, but he lost. Like he might have felt like he lost that battle. Like he tried to change your mind. Like he tried to get you back to God, or back to your religion, back to the right way, back to being a good God-fearing citizen or whatever. I don't know. But he failed at doing that. He didn't succeed. He lost the battle. He knows that you did not listen to him, and you just kept on pursuing what you wanted to pursue. And if that was a homosexual relationship, then you did that, and that's, I'm very proud of you if that's the case. That's awesome. You should be proud of yourself. Awesome that you that you listen to your own intuition and not the opinion of a grumpy old man, and that's good. But I think like your dad feels like, even though he knows that he has lost that battle, he still feels that he hasn't given up yet, and that annoys me a bit. That it seems as if he hasn't given up. Like he still wants to change your mind. He still wants to have a shot at giving you what's it called? Like giving you not redemption, but giving you like getting you back to God's whatever. Like getting you back on track. So that you will go to heaven and everything will be fine. Yeah. And yeah, so he hasn't given up yet, and he still wants to try to like he in Right Away. This is the picture here is a man who is who has lost a battle, and he's picking up the swords he's picking up the swords of his opponents, because like he's kind of like, even though he lost, he knows that he lost in every but he's trying to sort of pick up, like he's trying to get the swords in so that he's better equipped for the next battle. And yeah, so there is going to be a battle in the future. I'm very sorry to say that, but that yeah, so he's gonna try again to make you to change your mind. Don't listen. Let him have his whatever. Like, but to be fair to your dad, even though I don't like, I feel like yeah, but your dad is kind of doing it out of love. It's just a very strange kind of love, but it's like he just really wants you to go to heaven, and he is a very, very strong believer, and so it's kind of love. Like it is a sign of love that he really wants you to go to heaven. If that's a consolation of any kind, like if it makes you feel better to know that your dad wants you to go to heaven, like he doesn't want you to go to hell, that's if that's not love, then I don't know what is. And but of course it's annoying, it's irritating as fuck, but yeah, I guess, I don't know. but yeah, that's all I have for you. Group number 6. I hope this reading was helpful, and if it was, please subscribe to my channel, and I hope to see you in my next reading. Bye.